Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday, everyone. My God, I can't believe it's Sunday already. It feels like the last short Sunday happened only like at most 3 days ago. I'm not joking and nor exaggerating. It feels like it just happened. But hey, we are back here. Thank God. There's ants on my desk again. Anyway, I hope you all had a great week so far, everybody. Not so far, I should say probably as a whole, because it's Sunday. The week has over. It has over. The week has ended. It's over now, and a new one is about to begin. I hate Mondays. Anyway, I hope you all are doing very well, and as always, I hope you are doing better than me. Thank you so much for joining, everyone, and welcome to the Short Sunday. Welcome back for those of you who usually join the show. And of course, for those of you who are new, welcome. Anyway, so now, guys, now that I am finished with this commission, which is actually showing my own recommendations here. Oh, that looks cute. What is this? That's adorable. But I do remember I have downloaded this already. Anyway, now that I am done with this commission, finally, it took way much longer than it should have. But in my defense, I did have issues along the way that I had to focus on. Anyway, point is, took way too long, but it is finally done and delivered, and I am actually happy with how this turned out. But I digress. What I want to say is that now that this commission is finally finished, I can, and actually that's the only thing I can do really at the moment, since I don't have another commission order in line at this time. I now can focus again on my own stuff, and I didn't know what I was going to be doing today to show on the show, and then I remembered that I have yet to finish redesigning those old characters that I have talked about some time ago, not long ago, just a few months ago, that I plan on selling away. Those are some really old characters that I have retired a long time ago and literally abandoned them. And well, they have been sitting around doing nothing for all of these years, and I am aware there are some people, not many nowadays at least, but there are, or at least there were some people back in the day, who actually would like to have those characters. So I thought, hey, I need money. There's people out there who might want these characters, either older people from those old days or some other new people who never seen those before and might like their designs. So why don't I redesign them a little bit, fix up some flaws, tweak them a bit, make them look nice, and sell them away so someone can do whatever they want with these designs. I'm not doing anything with them. I don't want to do anything with them anymore. So why don't I do that? So that's what I'm doing. I started doing this a couple of years ago, and never could really focus much on it because life just always kept getting in the way. Got even worse this year. Where was I going with this? Right. Now that I am done with the commission, I can focus back on my own stuff, and I didn't know what I was going to be doing for today's show, so I remember that I have not yet finished doing that, so that's what I'm going to be doing today. Some of you maybe might know these old characters. Most of you probably do not, and I don't fault you for that because, as I said before, I have abandoned these characters several years ago, almost 20 years ago, believe it or not. God, I'm getting old. Anyway, I basically have already finished redesigning Lugia, which was a Lugia character that I had back in the day. In order for me to put this character for sale, I just need to finish drawing the reference sheet. There's a few more things that I gotta do for this here. This is, by the way, just a sketch. This is highly unfinished. I still gotta finish sketching a few things to add here, and then draw the final line arts with vectors and coloring in Photoshop and maybe shade it, maybe. For this one here, Suri, which for some reason I made, well, I know for what reason I made this character, but I'm not going to discuss that reason. Anyway, point is, I had this This is here, yeah. I had this Anaconda character of all things. Again, just like with the Luyu reference, I gotta draw a few more things in the sketch and then vectorize everything, color in Photoshop, maybe shade, and then this one will be finished for selling as well. But otherwise, as far as the redesign goes, it is finished just as much as Luyu is. However, I have yet to start on the redesign of Acro, which uncreatively is an orca. I mean, the name I find to be uncreative, but back in the day I was super happy with the name. I was stupid. But I also have to do Draken. And Draken, actually, fun fact, was the very first dragon character that I have ever developed, that I have ever made, that I have ever drawn. Even before Michael Braveheart, which is basically the face of all my art. And my avatar, my current avatar. Which also, for those of you who don't know, Michael Braveheart, I did not create that character. I actually dreamed him. I never seen any dragons like him before. I just one day had a dream, and he wasn't a dream. I liked the dream. I mean, the dream itself I didn't like very much because it wasn't exactly a good dream, but I loved the dragon in it. So basically, I think it was on the same day or the day after. I don't remember exactly. The point is, shortly after I had the dream, shortly after I woke up from the dream, I tried to draw the dragon I saw in the dream as best as I could back in those days, and that's basically how Michael Braveheart came to be. But before him, I had another dragon character that this one I didn't dream. This one I actually designed myself. I sat down one day and tried to think of it, and for reasons I abandoned this one even before I dreamt Michael Braveheart. And frankly, I never really liked this one to begin with. And this guy was called Draken, and this here was the best dragon I could draw in 2008. This is super old, like seriously old. I made this character probably in 2007 or early 2008. I don't remember the exact date, and I abandoned it on the same year. And this is one of the characters that I am going to be redesigning and selling away. So that's what I should be working on today. So let's get started. Seriously, why are there ants on my desk? There's no food crumbs here. I have already cleaned up the desk. There were no ants here earlier today. Just now that I sat down to do the chart, suddenly they started to show up again. God, I hate ants so much, guys. You have no idea. Anyway, I kind of already started on this. As you can see here, I already have a workshop file. But I can't really say I've done much. Yes, replace that. All I've done is just this here. Nothing else. I don't know how much progress I'm going to manage today on this. Probably not much, but that is fine. Well, not really, but should at least be something. Let's expand this canvas because I am gonna need a lot of space there. Alright, I'm going to grab my pen. Okay. So I thought of a few things to change on this character here to spruce up the original design a bit, but I don't really want to change much. God, this is ugly. This is so ugly. And I'm not talking about the design itself, the original design. I'm talking about the actual art itself. At the time it was great, but nowadays, oh my god, this is so ugly. I made this character a bit chubby. It was a bit chubby. I don't remember if I thought about whether or not I want to keep... Ooh, voice crack. I don't remember if I thought whether or not I want to keep this design characteristic of this character or not. But one of the things that I thought about changing on his design is to make his body a little longer. Not long as an Eastern dragon, so you know, not turn him into a noodle basically, because he's a Western. I want to keep him like that, but I do want to make his body a little longer. So basically, it would go from this. Let me just quickly doodle, pretend that's his actual horn design, but whatever, doesn't matter. Ugh. Suddenly I forgot how to doodle. Oh my god. I know this is supposed to be just a simple doodle to exemplify what I am trying to say, but that was too ugly. Ugh. Good god. That's what I get for not scribbling as often as I should. Jesus. Man, I desperately need to get back to doing art often. For a while now, I've only been doing art on the Chill Art Sunday, and that is bad. You know what else is bad? Bugs. There were no bugs here. Now a mosquito showed up. Every single time I sit down to live stream, bugs show up out of nowhere. They spawn completely out of thin air, all to annoy me and distract me. Anyway, tail. That tail doesn't close. Alright, for the example I want to show, this would do. So basically his body type is the usual Western dragon. Not too different, in theory anyway, from Michael Braveheart himself, for example. Body type wise, because the character's design is obviously very different. But anyway, one of the things that I thought of changing on his design is to elongating his body a bit. So basically stretching it some more, like this. Not turning him into an Eastern, just making the body a bit longer, kind of like that. Maybe make his legs a little longer as well. No, hold on. If I do that, then that's basically going to counteract the no, never mind. Keep his legs the same length. But another thing I thought of doing is changing the design of the horns. I kind of already did try to do a little bit of a doodle here of what maybe I might go with. Though I don't remember if this horn design here is actually what I thought of giving him. Obviously it differs from the original. On the original, his horns are apparently covered by scales, kind of like Braveheart's are, as you can see there. So for the redesign, they are going to be the usual bony horns the dragons usually have, but also the shape of the horns is going to be different. I honestly thought I have thought of a different shape for the horn. Oh, I did. It's right here. It's just on this one that for some reason it is not that shape. Yeah, so I decided to go, instead of a straight thing like these, to curve them up a bit like that. Curve like this and then go up like that. Yes, that's what I thought. So that's that, making him a little longer. Now this chubbiness of his, nowadays I'm not fond of that trait. But it is part of his original design. Should I keep that? Should I change it? I don't know why I switched to this window. Also, this thing that he has on the tip of the tail, I'm gonna keep it. Maybe redesign it a little bit, but keep it. What else? Yeah, if this chubbiness, should I keep it? Because, I mean, that's a little bit of a pot belly, but if I actually am going to make him actually chubby, I would have to thicken up basically the entire body. I'd have to thicken up basically the entire body to make it more proportional. But I mean, I suppose I could keep that trait of the original design. Yeah. I think I will. Oh my god, this face is so ugly. I can't bear looking at this thing. Good god. Also, at the same time, I am creating a proper color set for sampling. I always do this with my characters, but back in those days I didn't. So this one does not have this. I'm slowly building it. His wings are obviously going to be changed. These are very ugly, too ugly. Here, a little sample. Stuff. Let me move this down here so I can have a little bit more room to work with. Is there supposed to be another articulation here? I always forget. No, I don't think there is. Is there? That's what I get for not drawing as often as I should. I often end up not remembering how to draw certain details. Yes, there is supposed to be another articulation there. It's just that this bit here needs to be shorter. Okay, his wing is a mess, but no problem. This is just a little doodle for me to reference. I'm actually looking forward to start doing traditional art on the Chill Art Sunday. I have started setting up the other desk to do that, but it's still going to take quite some time before I can actually start doing it. You know, doing traditional art on the other desk and streaming it, because there's quite a bunch of things that I gotta actually buy to make that setup possible. And those things are going to be very costly. Normally they actually aren't, if I were living in the United States, for example, because it's essentially, I just need a couple boom arms and a better microphone for the desk, and if possible another webcam, so we can have, well, we can actually see whatever I am drawing on the desk. Plus a proper light as well. And these things are not actually expensive, not in the US, but here in Brazil they are. Very expensive. Plus I also need to buy couple drives for the other computer. An SSD, for example, for the boot drive of that PC. And those are even more expensive over here. So yeah, these items are going to be required for the most part. And without them, I can't really finish setting up that desk to do those new streams. So that's still going to take a while. That is a super ugly wing, but again, this is just a sample to reference some changes on the design. Obviously, the actual wing that I will draw here, well, not necessarily there, because this is going to be part of the reference sheet, but the actual wing he's going to have on the actual final design, and that one is going to look good. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to give him a proper dragon wing, and should I give him a crest, spikes, or something like that? Because on the original design, he's bald. Very bald. Also, fun fact. This old design here, this in itself was already a redesign. His actual original design is even worse than this. And this new redesign that I am working on is obviously going to be based on the old new redesign. I don't know if I should give him some crest or not. Or spikes. Or a mane. Like, what could it look like? That looks ridiculous. If I were to give this guy a mane, what could it look like? Well, first of all, what would spikes look like? Could be something like this. Though that's a tad too generic, don't you guys think? I think so. Too generic. Just triangles. That's even more generic. What about a mane? Also a little too generic, at least if I go with that kind of design. By the way, today's show, since I am working on this here, and these are still the first stages of the redesign of this character, and since I don't have everything already planned out, a lot of today's show is going to be me just basically doodling stuff, rambling to myself, and not really drawing much, probably. Because as I just said, since most of this is not already planned out, well, I gotta plan out. And planning takes time. One thing's for sure, I am not giving this guy the same main design that the Braveheart has. I don't really feel like giving him a main. Mains are cool, I like mains, but I don't think this dragon should have one. Draken, what should you have so you are not bald? Also, have I thought of giving him a second name? No. And if I have, I forgot and I did not write it down. Actually, not even these infos are done. Yeah, I think spikes are going to be more suited for this guy. Spikes instead of mains. Mains should only have one. Well, you know what I mean. Let me do something here to see if I can get some inspiration. Dragon, spikes. I can immediately tell without even reading this here that I just saw that this here is AI generated. Ugh, that looks horrible. This is also AI. This might not be. I could give him some fins like this too, but thing is, Draken is not a water dragon. He's a fire dragon. Wow. Talk about spiking up the design, eh? That's just absurd. That's just absurd. You know, although I did say it is a bit too generic, I could go with spikes like these. And have them go all across the length of his back. But no, that's the wrong shape. But it gets smaller as it approaches the tail. And then the spikes end right about at the start of the tail. So like this, you know, like that. Yeah, that might work. As for these lines that basically give him plates on the underbelly, excuse me, should I keep those? I think I will. And do I want the underbelly stuff to go all the way to the end of his tail like I usually do for my dragons, or should I do it differently and have it end also around the start of the tail? So like instead of going all the length of the tail, it ends kind of like this, you know, early. So like around here. Now that looks a bit weird. Yeah, go all the way. Go all the way. As for this thing here, should I change its design in some way, or should I keep it the way it is? As it is right now, it is like this. This here's the tail, tip of the tail. I think my original idea when I drew this, when I gave him this back in the day, is that this could be like some kind of blade where it could actually open, kind of like scissors. That was a stupid idea. Yeah, that is not going to be a thing. Now, on the current design, these lines go like this. But let's not have those. Now I could have these lines removed, keep the same shape, but I could have these lines removed, or I could have them actually go all the way to the very tip there. Something like this. I'm also trying to think of this here in a three-dimensional way. Like if we were to look at this from a side or from this POV, what its shape would be like. This perhaps?
Can you see me as you walk right through my heartache, as you glance beyond the steps I take?
This is supposed to be a straight line, by the way.
Can you hear me when I say my heart's about to break?
I mean, I guess. In which case, then this could maybe be used as some kind of blade, because this could be very, very sharp. You could use this, the tip of his tail, for battling. You know, kind of like the tip of an arrow. So all of this would be very angular. Yes, I think I will do this. Yes, let's do that. Now for his body, I think I thought of changing his colors a bit, because this is definitely way different from the original color that I gave him. Way, way different. That's like pinkish. Why did I choose? Why did I choose that color? That's strange. Yeah, if I had the idea of changing his colors to that color, then I'm gonna walk back on that idea. For now, let's use his original colors. It looks like I thought of changing the color of his underbelly, because this sample here is definitely much different from that one there. Isn't this a little too similar to the color of his scales? Yeah, that is very similar. That might actually work better as the color of his scales. And then I come up with something else for this here. Another thing that I decided to do is to give him a little marking on the snout, the muzzle, something that he doesn't have on the original design, as you can see. I'm not sure that's very good. As it is right now, with this little sample here, that looks like shadow. What if I do this a bit differently? What if I make this lighter instead of darker? So let's make this darker. I'm not sure I like it. Well, colors wise, that is not really important right now. What is important is that I draw his body. Also, since I am making the body a little longer, shouldn't I make the neck also a little longer? But then if I don't increase the length of the legs, he would look a little stubby. Alright, one thing at a time. For now, let's focus on the basics. As I always say, basics first. Alright, let's begin drawing his head. His new head. One moment. I just started drawing the same style of snout, muzzle, that I usually give Michael Braveheart and other dragons of his species. This one is a bit different. I should probably make the snout of the muzzle and the snout a bit different as well. But in which way? Maybe a little flatter on the top, and a little more angular on the snout, kind of like the original.
She's caught in a matter storm. What? A matter storm. A chaotic point in the universe where matter is created and destroyed at random. No, not good. The time vertices are converging. I know.
Doctor, what can we do?
Thinking. We're running out of options, Doc.
Doctor!
We have no option. Run!
This for the forehead. I've got to bring this forward a bit. One mistake that I often do when I am drawing a dragon is to make their head too short. Dragon heads are supposed to be a little longer. And I'm not talking about the snout, the muzzle. I am going to use a lot of the curve tool. Yeah, I can already tell I'm gonna have to move this head upwards. Also, that curve looks crap. Forget about it. At least for the moment. Eye is gonna go here. Nostril there. This head is a little too tall. Yeah, I suppose that is better.
There is a girl who's mine. I'm with her all the time. And our life was always so perfect from afar. But lately she has seemed so distant from my heart. I think that she would rather we be apart.
And why can't I make curves?
Is it love or just another fling? Seems my thoughts and feelings aren't the same.
Oh, by the way, I thought about having Silvertrot keeping us company today. I forgot to call him.
Isn't true. I think it's time we went separate ways. When your heart has come down, I think it's time.
And gotta click here first, forgot. Stellar unicorns. There we go. Give me one Silvertrot, please. There we go. Now we have our little horse to trot around on the screen and get in my way all the time, just like a cat. Alright, actually, you know what? I do not like the way this snout is curving down like that. No, no, no. It's way too angular. Alternatively, yeah, I know what I'm gonna do with this snout. I know. Make this a bit shorter. But not actually. Because you see what I am going to do. I might... oh, frick. I might pedal back on this idea in a few. But for now, let's go with this. I did say I wanted to give him a different snout than what I usually give my dragons. With this design, I don't think I have ever drawn before. No, I lied. I have. Just not on any of my dragons. Just when drawing other people's. Like, I think that the commission I finished last Sunday, the dragoness in that has this kind of snout design. Yeah, she does. It's not quite what I am going for there, but it is similar. So yes, I have totally drawn this before. But instead of going like this, I should go up.
Just divine, and our friendship blossomed into something new.
Whatever I am doing right now, this looks like a beak. You know what? Let's pedal back. I still want to try this. However, let me first draw the usual stuff that I always draw for muzzles and snouts, and then I will modify it later. That should make things a lot easier for me. Yeah, for now let's do it the way I always do. And then work and build on top of it from there.
It was a dark day when I lost my faith. It wasn't the pony I thought I'd be. And it seemed that no one could.
And here's the chin,
There was nothing left for
or the
me
beginnings of a chin.
to see. So I took a walk to the edge of the town. Thought of leaving it all behind. When I saw a little letter fall right out of the sky, as a gray mare hovered way
Much better.
thought I was crazy when I saw her way, and then simply fly away. So I opened the
This is wonky, disproportional, but basics first, guys. Basics first.
made my day. It said, isn't it
Silver, that there doesn't look like a very comfortable spot for you to actually be napping on.
wonderful to be exactly who you are? When you learn to start accepting yourself.
Yeah, we definitely have to make this neck longer. Basics first. First, let's build the basics of the body, and then I will modify everything as necessary.
By the tears I shed. 'Cause at that moment something inside me changed, and a bright new path I led. I ran back home and I picked up my old guitar.
His head is a little too erect. Let's have him.
These chords
Let's change this.
sang her words along with this song, and I heard someone sing along.
And just like that, I'm gonna have to expand this canvas a lot more. Well, not a lot more, but more than its original size. And mind you, this canvas is already very big. Lengthwise, the width is already over 4,300 pixels. Silver has partied so hard with his boombox there that he went immediately to sleep. Endurable. This is not quite how I usually draw dragons. Why am I doing it like this?
These last few years flew by just like a blur. I'm now exactly where I should be. And I know I owe it all to her. That beautiful mare who believed in me. Isn't it great to be different?
In all of these years, ever since I abandoned this character, I never thought I would be drawing him again. Now, granted, technically speaking, I am not actually drawing him again. I'm drawing anew. But still, it's still supposed to be the same character.
Isn't it great to be different? Isn't it wonderful to be exactly who you are? When you learn to start
Here's his shoulder.
yourself, you'll become a shining star. You'll become a shining star. When you learn to love just who you
This is wrong. This is wrong. Let me check something here. Yeah. Alright, that seems a little better. Now for his paws, I don't know if I'm gonna give him the same design as these paws here, or if I'm going to change those. For now, for starters, I'm gonna go with those, but I might change them later. And these are like more feline-like paws. It is what I am used to draw. Not quite what he originally had on the original design, which is the reason why I am thinking of maybe keeping the original, just of course making it actually how it is actually supposed to look like. And better. What the? Hello? Excuse me? You're not supposed to be there. I think I need to lower the volume of the music that plays on that boombox there. It is very quiet already, but it's still a little too loud. Or at least reduce how often Silvertrot spawns at the boombox. I am making a mistake here. Stop. Yeah, undo. Actually undo.
You just gotta walk that path again, and you can smile, smile, smile. You can hear the laughter of your friends, and you can join in all the while. Even when you feel alone, and even if that may be so, you just gotta walk that path again, and you can smile, smile, smile. Hey Sophie, don't you know that sound? This world is gonna spin around. Hey Sophie, don't you know that sound? This world is gonna spin around. When you're lying on the ground, it's gonna turn around with you.
Oh my god, hand, just for the love of God, just follow the line. Stop drawing stuff on the side. Jesus. Yeah, like that. See, it's not hard. Oh, Silver, I know you enjoy that boombox, but you seriously do listen to that thing way too often. No, wrong thing. Now there's two of them. Return to menu. Let me see if I can drop the... Oh my god, I opened the same menu again. Let me see if I can reduce how often he spawns that thing. Let me do this real quick. Where's Silver Trot? Silver Trot there. Oops. Here, spawn boombox. Chance of it happening 5%. Let's drop this to 1. Yeah, that should do it. Save. Save completed. Should I have clicked apply first? I don't remember. Oh, let's do this just in case. There we go. Now he should spawn that boombox less often. What am I doing here? The anatomy I am drawing of this back leg is wrong. But for starters, it's gonna be fine. Actually, you know what? To save on time, I'm just going to copy this paw here. I am going to modify all of this later anyway. Right now, all I need is just to get this stuff in place. Okay, I say that, however, the anatomy I am drawing here is just way too wrong, even for basics. No. Let me start this over. Oh, that's the wrong color. No, I didn't mean to undo. Okay, this is immediately looking better. Of course, still very far away from being how it should be, but better. Or at least less bad, because it still looks like crap. But it's less of a bunch of crap. As for the length of his tail, I am going to give his new design a long tail. So long as it is still proportional to the size of the body, it should be fine, while looking nice. Well, actually, this is about more or less the same length that of Michael Braveheart's tail. Which is a long tail, don't get me wrong. It does have a bit of a long tail. But this one here is about the same. Anyway. Let's draw the beginnings of the horn. Of the new horn. Where should I start? Now these horns, I should probably make them a little long. Surely longer than the originals. And that needs to point up a bit more. Yeah, that's better. Not quite good, however. It can be better. Silver, could you get out of there? Told you guys he was going to be trotting everywhere where he shouldn't. I don't know, maybe the desktop ponies program is programmed to have the characters hover around the mouse cursor. Cursor, not cursor. Okay, I am getting the shape of the horn right, but the point where it starts, it looks a bit weird. I'm not liking it. Okay, what if I do this instead? Go from the line art of the head. And it still looks a bit strange. Ah, wait a minute, I think I got it. Okay, start here, but go further up. It still looks odd. Why? Okay, I got it. Now I got it. There I go, drawing a line parallel to the line that I gotta draw over, instead of drawing over like I am supposed to. Oh, I hate when I do that. It's not even that I do it, my hand just does it by itself. It's like it has a mind of its own sometimes. Oh, yes, that is looking nice. Okay. Okay, now this dragon is starting to take some shape. Should it be like this? Yeah, actually I think this should be like this. Oh, 425 already? Sure, why not? Okay, let's start defining the body. Let's say first, always remember to often save your progress, my guys, whatever you are doing. You never know when something might go wrong and you will lose everything. The top of his head doesn't look quite right. Let's redraw that a bit. Man, I love the eraser trick. So useful. Okay, now the top of his head looks way too flat. Stop it. Oh, you know what's wrong here? The place where I put the eye. That's what's... no, it is actually wrong. The eye is to blame, partially, but I did draw that wrong. Yeah, you know what? Let's leave it for now. That is not important right now. It is important, just not enough for me to bother with it right now. You know, at this line, I'm going to redraw it completely.
It's true, I'm just a stuck in a rut, don't know what to do.
I can think of a couple of things to bring back the bling, if you know what I mean.
I'm really not sure that I do.
Let Izzy walk you through. Okay. Fluff out the feathers, in the flow, shake out the glitter, letting it go, splash in the color. Gonna break that cycle. Stitch in the sequence, it's up to you. Craft out your feelings, doodly doo, a new kind of healing.
Yeah, that is looking better.
Cycle groove, get in the groove. Show me your moves. Get in the unicycle groove. Get in the groove. Show me your moves. Get in the unicycle.
Did you like it when I said I was a little blue?
Huh?
Yeah, because I'm
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
horse.
Now let's get rid of this old line over here.
Does that make sense?
Hey, so not that I don't appreciate it, but I'm not the most experienced with all this stuff. What I make amounts to nothing more than a mistake.
What if it breaks?
Nice. And save.
Well, then we'll pick up the pieces, work together to make something new, cause it's whatever. You don't need to fret, it's good to make.
This looks so disproportional.
I only wish that I could trust that I'm not gonna mess it up.
There's nothing wrong
But it's okay.
with happy
Again, basics first.
Fluff out the feathers, get in the flow.
That's why it's called a sketch.
Splash in the color, gonna break that cycle. Stitch in the sequence, it's up to you. Craft out your feelings, doodly doo, a new kind of healing.
You gotta start somewhere. You cannot expect to start already with perfection.
Show me your moves. Get in the unicycle groove. Get in the groove. Show me your moves. Get in the unicycle.
Now you might be noticing that I am drawing a few new lines here, using the color red. The whole sketch is supposed to be black, obviously, but using the color red should allow me to very easily erase all of those lines, all of these older lines here, and that will no longer be needed, since these new red ones are the ones that should be the ones.
Lay it on me.
My god, there's a lot of ones in the same sentence.
On a unicycle?
Well,
Anyway, since the red ones here
write the lyrics, huh?
are going to be the new lines for this part of the sketch.
Oh yeah. Now you're in the. Get in the groove. Show me your moves. Get in the unicycle groove. Get in the groove. Show me your moves. Get in the unicycle groove. Get in the groove. Show me your moves.
Now, how I might be wondering? Using the eraser trick, that's how. Check this out. That's the wrong color. Bad example. There we go. Now, how am I going to turn that red line into black? Also using the eraser trick. There we go. Nice. Okay, this start is fine. Let's save this to the progress sheet and modify a few more shapes on his body. And save this. Alright, for starters, on this basic body shape, I reckon he needs a little bit more chest. So let's do that. No, not quite like that. That's better, but not there yet. Should probably start from here. Also, this neck might need to be a little thicker up here. You know, if I can make his body a little bulky, which is not something that I am used to do, but if I can do that, that is actually going to be very nice for two reasons. One, this dragon is supposed to be kind of around middle-aged, so you know, fully grown, strong and stuff. But also, since I am gonna give him a little bit of a pot belly, I suppose that should also, well, make sense that his body has a little more volume. I'm used to only drawing skinny dragons, you know, dragons that are fit, not necessarily strong, you know, muscular. I don't really know how to do that, not yet. But if I can get this guy to look at least somewhat similar to that kind of thing, that kind of body style, then wonderful. Because that is kind of what I am going for. Alright, save this, kill this ant on my desk, and let's continue. Well, first of all, let me zoom out to take a look. Silver, where's your boombox? Why is it playing but I don't see it, and why are you trotting away? He just shrugged. It's like, I don't know. Did I change the wrong setting on that boombox? Hold on, I might have changed the duration instead of how often it happens. And I didn't realize it. No, I absolutely changed the chance of it happening. Duration is still the same. Weird. If it bugs out like that again, I'm gonna change this back to 5% as it was originally, and instead I am going to simply edit the fudge, I forgot the word. Oh, my thoughts feel a bit fuzzy today for some reason. Anyway, if it bugs out again, I'm just going to change that back to 5% and simply edit the sound file for that music and lower the volume on that. Yeah, for starters, this here is fine. But I reckon now it is time to make his body a little longer before I continue shaping it. Go longer, longer, longer. Okay, that should be long enough.
So you go your own way, but you look back on see the wonders of being with others and wished you went out to play. Oh, follow your story, follow your song, follow your friends when the days get long.
With this, now I will have to reshape the chest a bit.
Lay down your burdens and sing
No big deal.
away your strife. All this time you've been alone. You don't have to be alone. No. Just let go your inhibitions now. Enjoy yourself. Let the magic fill your soul. Follow your story, follow your soul.
His back will need to be reshaped a bit as well. This part of the back anyway. And that's wrong. That is not very good, but I'm gonna leave it like this for now.
Follow your story, follow your song, and follow your friends when your days get long. Lay down your soul at the fireside, lay down your burden and sing away your strife. All this time you've been alone.
Let's use red on the chest to make it easier.
Just let go your inhibitions now. Enjoy yourself. Let the magic fill your soul.
Alright. I'm sorry I'm not very talkative today, guys. As I explained to you earlier, due to the nature of what I'm doing now, today's show should basically gonna be just me ranting randomly and not really talking much. I have to do a lot of thinking here. Less talking and more thinking. Ideally, this is all stuff that I should do only off stream, actually. God damn it, I hate when that happens. And yes, I did say he is going to be a bit chubby. And I am drawing a rather skinny body. I'm going to change this later. God, the curve tool is such a godsend thing. This is so useful. Of course, all of this I could be doing freehand. It just would take a while. The curve tool saves me a lot of trouble and time in the process. Yeah, there we go. Now, I don't want to make him a noodle dragon, but he kind of looks a little bit noodly now. It's fine. Alright, let's work on his back here. His back is a bit broken. I mean, is it? Is it really? Silver shrugged. He doesn't know. He can't tell. It's fine, Silver. You are a horse. Actually, before working on the back, let me work on this back leg. How am I gonna make this better? Well, for one, maybe I should actually bring it forward a bit more. Not much, that should be enough. Now let's patch this gap I ended up making on his tail.
We're out of time, and out of money. What made me think this was the land of milk and honey? It's time to go, no more dreaming. Walk in the rain, under street like pavement gleaming. I'm kind of blue, but I'll be okay. I wasn't looking for a fairy tale anyway. Hello, my name is Happy. Let me sing to you, and maybe we can.
Let's redraw this using the red color so I can more easily erase the old lines.
It's alright, it's not for her. She was taken with a strong disinclination. She's in your head, you wrote her resume. She's gonna find herself another occupation. Take out a loan, enroll in classes. You're working nights and now you can't afford new glasses. Maybe together we can break it down and build something new. A flash of color and she's gone on when you hope to pursue. You'll never know if all you had to say was I love you. I love you too, but that's alright.
Why am I not doing this line wrong? Yeah, right. That's not quite right. Let me start that over. There we go. I'm still gonna change the line a bit more, but for now this is fine. This is not fine, I lied. Okay, now this is going to work. That leg is too thick down there.
It's only words, no real story. No you catastrophe, no hidden allegory. Go for a walk, no destination. Stay off the train, there'll be no one at the station.
Alright, that's better.
I'm gonna see you on the other side. I'm counting on you today. Fearless promises.
Alright, let's erase the old lines now. I haven't drawn the paw yet, but that's alright. Oh, I accidentally undid it. Frick. The shape of his leg back here is fine, I think. This one is not too bad, but it's quite off. It's quite off. Is it this the issue? That doesn't look right either. That could be it. No, that's not quite how I usually shape back legs. I'm gonna have to reference my own work. Okay, this one won't help. Yeah, this one is not gonna help either. That'll look anyway. Yeah, no. This one won't help because of the angle. I really need to get back to doing art more often. This will help. Also, I seriously need to update this reference sheet and actually finish it. This is outdated. Even this design is a bit outdated too. But yeah. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go with whatever it is that I am doing here right now. It might actually work, at least with this character, since I am giving him a different body type. This might work. It's starting to get a bit dark in here. Let me open my window so I can let a little bit more sunlight inside the room. Just a moment, guys. I'm not even going to put the stream on BRB. There we go. I actually was going to have the window open basically all day today because it's a nice day outside. The problem with doing that is that Well, the sun shines basically all day past noon, starting around 10 a.m. to 11 more or less. The sun shines all day on the wall of my room back here, and it is usually warm to hot most of the time where I live. So it gets very hot inside my room, and if I open the window while the sun is shining there, the room gets even hotter. So I actually did open the window earlier, but it started getting too hot in here, so I closed it. And as you know, I do not like the heat. I may someday wake up completely frozen solid, like a popsicle, because of how cold it is, but I am never gonna say that the heat is better than the cold. Mm-mm. Screw summer. Freak off. Alright, now where was I? Silver, could you stop getting in front of the colors? I need to click there. If you don't move in 3 seconds, I am going to move you. I'll count to 3. He went to sleep. Get out of there. Just like a cat, always getting in the way of everything you are doing. Incredible. Yeah, you know what? This shape of leg here might actually work for this character. I mean, for this design that I am going for. But actually, yes, I do need to make the legs a little longer. Now, there is one detail regarding the anatomy of his back paws that I had in mind. I just didn't mention it before. That I don't really know how to make it. I mean, I do. I just rarely ever went for that kind of design, so I don't actually know. You know when you know, but you don't actually know, even though you do know. I know it doesn't make much sense, but whatever. I need to look at some references. Which should also help me decide whether or not I want to change the design of his paws or not. Like the original paws on his original design, these here, they were supposed to be similar to these here. And I'm not sure if I should stick to that. I kind of want to, but I'm not sure if I should stick to that, or if I should change their design to something like, not something like, to these here, you know, more feline-like paws. Should probably go stay with the original design, just of course make them way better than they were originally, which means change the shape of the back legs a little bit to this here. This is what I had in mind just now when I said that I know how to do it, I just don't really know how to do it because I never done it before, not that I can remember anyway. Yeah, this is what his paws were originally to be like. I just never had the ability back in those days to make them like that. Excuse me. So what is going on here exactly? Let me look at a few others. Yeah, that there's basically the same style. This is for dragon wings. Whoa, whoa. What the? Oh, my arrow key got stuck. The hell? Some of these tutorials are actually older than most Fortnite players. And I'm not even joking about it. They actually are. There, that's still this. That's the same design style. I mean, not the same design style. Same type of leg slash paw. Yeah, that's more what I need. A side view. Yeah, that's what I had in mind. Actually, make this bit of the leg thicker. Starting here, right? Yeah. Wait, that's not right, is it? If I do that... This doesn't feel right. Well, it could be simply because I never really used this style before. So I could be completely off on the feeling. Now let's see if I can draw the paw. So I reckon there should be a bit of a curve here, going kind of like that with this style. Let's erase this. We don't need this line protruding back here like that. Let me zoom in for more accuracy. Oh, that goes basically straight to the digits. So... No, but wait a minute. Ah, yes, I'm seeing this wrong. On this example here, this leg is basically stepping forward, while his leg here on this redesign is stepping more backwards. So not quite like it is on the example there. Okay, how am I going to do that then? Now let me draw a basic shape for the paw first. And that is not it. Oh, and by the way, guys, it is now December 1st, so now you have permission to finally put up the Christmas tree and Christmas decorations and sing Christmas carols. If you did that earlier, you did it without permission. So go to the naughty corner. Oh frick, should not erase this line here. On some other news, she has fully defrosted now. You know who I'm talking about. Look, I'm not sure what the hell I am doing here, but so far I am not liking the results. I'm gonna keep going, but I don't really like how this is turning out. Basics first and all, but I am not happy with how this is turning out so far. Oh, yeah, no, this... oh, God. This is looking way too bad. Even for something, even for basics. Here's how bad it's looking. That is way too bad. No. I don't like it. Undo all of that. All of it. All of it. I should not have stopped self-teaching myself how to improve on dragon anatomy. I started some many years ago practicing wings and jaw and teeth to get better at those, and I did. Still need to improve a lot though, mainly on the wings. But then I never touched on that again. An ant just spawned on my arm. It was trying to bite me. And they actually just literally spawn there, because I don't feel them walking up to the spot where I find them. Alright, this is looking better. Now, for this style of paw, using whatever I got going on here, you know what, this sample is actually throwing me off a bit because of the way the leg is positioned. Hey, Pianist Dragon! Happy Sunday! Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining. You came in just in time to see me struggle with a leg. Let me take a look at that first example that I was looking at earlier. Yeah, this one. The way this leg is positioned on this example here is a lot more similar to what I am doing here. So this example should be a lot more useful as a reference. More so that leg than this one because of the angle. But yeah. Overall, I got the leg fine. It's just the paw now that is kind of confusing my brain, because my brain wants to do it the way I always do them, which is one style, but I actually want to do it differently, which is a different style that I have never drawn before. So I'm not used to it, and my brain's like, no, 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 we have to do what we always do. We cannot do changes. No, I don't like changes. You know? But too bad, brain. We are gonna have a change. You gotta learn. It has to happen. Silver, could you get out over there, please? Thank you. Oh, that curve is wrong. Undo that. Why has this line ended here? I swear it should have ended here. That's where I took it. You know what? I should probably save this before I struggle with the paw. Okay, it's saved. Now I can struggle with the paw. Also, let me switch to the pencil. For this might actually be better. Also, I'm not sure how big I actually want this old dragon to be. On its original design, he wasn't too big. But I reckon he should be a lot bigger than he was originally. I just don't know how big. I suppose he should be a little bigger than Michael Braveheart, since this dragon is supposed to be older. Ugh. What is happening here? Has this dragon been stung by a bee on the ankle? Sheesh. Yes, pianist. Here. That's Draken. It's one of the characters that I am going to be selling away. I have retired and abandoned this character back in 2008. Never touched on him again, never drew him again. And he's one of the 4 that I'm going to be selling away. But before I do that, I need to redesign him a little bit, to make it nicer, make it better. And that is exactly what I'm doing. Also, this is very ugly. So yes, I am trying to redesign him. So far, I'm gonna be giving him better wings, some spikes that should end by the start of his tail. His body is going to be a little longer than it was originally. Not turning him into an Easter dragon, so you know, a noodle. Still being a Western, but a little longer. And he was a bit chubby originally. I decided to keep that characteristic. So that's gonna also be here. But he's got a punchable face. He does. I actually was talking about this old picture here early on the stream. How much I hate looking at this. But hey, back in the day when I drew this originally, that was the best I could do. I was super happy with it. But nowadays, I look at this and I'm like, ugh. But yeah, he does have a punchable face. I hate that. I mean, no, I don't mind you saying that. He does have a punchable face. Which is no longer going to be a thing on the new design. Where am I going with this paw here? This doesn't make sense. And you know why? Because here, this leg right now, it has an articulation here, here, here for the paw, and it's got another one right here. That's not how dragon legs work. Yeah, no, that's not it. That's not right at all. Excuse me. Yeah, that's not right at all. What the hell am I doing? Not even on this skeletal example here, it has that many articulations. What am I doing? Stop. Get help.
I'm feeling like a photograph life. It changes but it goes by fast and far too fast for me to catch. They tell me I'm too
Honestly, I want to move on to work on his face. In fact, and actually work some more on his head. Not necessarily finish his head, but I work some more on that. But I really want to finish the leg. At least the basics for the leg. Well, I'm more advanced than the actual basics that I already got going on here, you know.
maybe I'm supposed to be, 'cause no one's there to hear me when I call. Things get complicated, so I've watched and waited for the moment I'll find someone like
Anyway, I can't do this.
so underrated. Some just leave me frustrated. Feels
I think this ball is too long. Yeah, that's better.
like me.
Honestly, you know what this is actually looking like right now? A boot. I'm drawing a boot.
Wings feel broken, but they work fine, I guess. Confidence never
Hmm.
harsh word can leave me stunned.
If I were drawing the usual feline-like paws that I normally draw for my dragons, this would already be done.
I can't be the only one. Sometimes I just
But no, this dragon, it had paws different from those originally, and I want to keep that characteristic on the new design. Besides, it's good for practice, since I rarely ever draw this kind of paw. I said kind of paw, but I meant style of paw.
complicated, so I've watched and waited for the moment I'll find someone like me. I feel so underrated. Some just leave me frustrated.
Okay, the shape is still wrong, but I think this is looking better. A little closer to what I think I am trying to do. It still looks like a shoe though.
Things get complicated, so I've watched and waited for the moment I'll find someone like me. I feel so
Now I was talking about how big I am going to make this dragon, because as you remember, originally he isn't nearly as big as I wanted to make him. He was actually very small for a dragon. What am I trying to say? Right. So I want to make him bigger. At least about the same size as Michael Braveheart, just for reference. But since I am making this to sell him, and I want to add a few details about the character on the reference sheet, including his weight, well, that can be a little bit of a problem because I have no idea how to measure how heavy a fictional character is. I know there is some kind of formula that I saw once, a mathematical formula, but I found it to be a little too complicated for my puny brain. I suck at math way too much to use the formula. But I would like to get his weight at least as close as possible to be as accurate as possible. You know, why is that looking like a shoe? It looks like a human shoe. I hate that. What the hell? I look at this, I think I memorized, then I draw it, and then it looks like a shoe. God damn it. Let me see if erasing the old lines here is going to help a bit.
Fast approaches as we fearfully wait. Simplest of simple creatures bound by the law.
Because it could be that these are throwing me off a bit.
In the gutters.
Also, let's turn these red lines into black.
Vestige of hope. Freezing
And just draw over them with red.
shadow came to us in our dreams with tales of better times. Royal princess of the night forgave us for our crimes, and as the solar sister overlooked us nocturnal we became. We wore a darker armor and we carried.
Where am I going wrong with this? I said draw with red, but I'm drawing with black. It's fine. As the sunset fades away, the yellow turns to red. Oh, you know what? This might work. Whatever it is that I am doing, this might work.
Standing arms before our liege, each one of us just a pawn, and now we reign supreme throughout the dark until the light of dawn.
Come on, I clicked on the line.
Left behind us might cripple lesser men, but those of us brought back from nothing have risen.
I clicked on the curve tool over there. It didn't select it for some reason. I clicked it twice, and then a third time.
A battle waiting in the ashes to resume another day. As we disappear into the shadows to fill the souls with dread, we fight tonight to rule tomorrow, and a dark day lies ahead.
Ooh, yes, this is working. It is finally working, guys. I have no idea when I can finally launch the sale of these characters, but hopefully it won't take as much longer as it has been taking. Honestly, this is stuff that should already have been finished and launched and be completely over with 2 years ago, at the very least 2 years ago. Okay, I'm going to use red for the second toe here. I'm gonna commit bug aside, guys. There's a mosquito flying right in my face. Where'd it go? Come here. Got it, I think. Well, I hope it doesn't bother me anymore. That's another thing I hate about hot weather. The bugs. There's always bugs everywhere when the weather gets even just slightly warm, let alone hot. The hotter the weather, the more bugs. I absolutely despise that. You guys have no idea how much I hate that. Okay, this is still a feline-like paw, but it's a little closer to what I actually want to do here. But I'm gonna be honest, I was not trying to draw a feline paw, it just happened. Oh, brain, I told you, we are not doing that kind of paw. We're not doing that style. Why must you insist? Anyway, what is this looking like? Yeah, for the feline style, this is fine. Unfinished, yes, but it's fine. But that is not what I am trying to go for. You know what? I'm just going to copy this into the workshop here. Because if I leave it just to my memory to draw the paw, my brain is just gonna keep taking over and insisting on the feline style. What is this called? Dragon Tutorial. I think it's this here. Yes. What maybe might help is if I draw shapes like these. The problem here is that I should probably save this to the program sheet before I change this. Problem here is the way those legs are positioned. Alright, let's see. Actually, let's grab all of this. You know, something that was probably helping me get this wrong? Not just the style of paw, but also the anatomy of the leg. The anatomy on this style of paw that I'm trying to make, and that this character was supposed to have all along, uh, also makes the what am I trying to say? This different paw style also affects the anatomy of the leg. It changes the design. And I was going with the usual design as always, and I think that was one of the things throwing me off. Oh, hi, Reptane. No problem, Reptane. I'll see you later. So yeah, that's probably part of the issue. Not the whole issue, at least part of it. Alright, let's go full in with this style here. At first, at least copying from this sample here. Mostly to train my brain on how to do it. Because again, as I said before, I have never done this before. This style, that is. So right here, it should have an articulation which should correspond to this knee here. Right here, there should be another one which should correspond to this one. And then we drop and go straight to the paw. Well, I said that maybe at first I might copy, but not actually. Even if I wanted, I cannot because of the way I am positioning this leg. It is different from this one. Yeah, that seems a bit more accurate. All of this is way too long, and by comparison, this is way too short. But that's alright. Basics first. And actually, you know what? Let's use a different color for redoing this. Sure would help if my hand would actually do a straight line. It did it here, I don't know why it's not doing here. Don't force me to use the line tool. Come on, hand. It's bad enough that I have to fight my own brain in trying to draw a different style here. And I have to fight you too. I think the other line should go here. You know what, I might as well redo the whole leg. Fine, I will use the line. Ugh. I could swear I was better at drawing lines, straight lines that is, when I was younger. Look at this, why is it curving like that? I swear I'm not trying to do that. There. A bit more, and I should be done with this. Alright, there we go. Let me now erase these red ones. Yeah, for the basic shape, for the basic overall shape of this new leg, this is nice. However, I feel like the knee over here needs to be a little lower, in a slight different position. Go, that should do it. No, what am I doing? No, I want the red on the primary and the blue on the secondary color. There we go. Now let me erase the original leg. Alright, what am I doing here? A PlayStation character? Look at them polygons. Okay, let me save this. You know, while I am at it, I should probably redo the front leg as well. It's not too different in terms of the overall anatomy. Not too different from what I have already done here, though. But it does differ. Let me try it. I'm not too sure what I am doing, to be honest with you. Yeah, the front leg is not actually all that different from what I already had drawn here before. It's just the back one that actually differs quite a bunch more. But I might as well redo the front one. Okay, let me take a look at this. Maybe I should bring this leg back a bit. I feel like I should. Let me see what that is going to look like. It can work, but if I do this, I'm gonna have to change the size, either change the size of his chest or the size of his head, because now it looks like either his head is too small or his chest is too big. For now, let's just place this stub of a leg in here. Close the hole that I made on his chest. Why are you zooming in? I am scrolling down to zoom out. Stop it. Obey my commands, computer.
Now, on a day like today, I can honestly say I wouldn't be standing here if it weren't for the friendships I've made with all of you. Each one of you taught me something about friendship, and for that, I will always be grateful. Today, I consider myself the luckiest pony in Equestria. Thank you, friends. Thank you.
Yeah, this is disproportional. Say though, what if instead of making the head bigger or changing the chest, what if I instead just shrink the body? I will have to redraw the whole thing because of how paint compresses pixels when you resize stuff, but that is okay. Get out of there, Silver. Yeah, that looks a lot more proportional. Alright, let's redraw these lines. I was gonna have to redraw some of them anyway. So let's do it now. His back is not supposed to curve down like this. That's a little too much. Yeah. Oh my god, Silver Trot. Could you get out of there, please? To grab you and move you out of there, I'm gonna have to let go of this line. Thank you. I know, let's drop this chest from down here. That neck is way too thin. That's not gonna work.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on.
Okay, that seems fine.
We will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clean my throat.
Yeah, there. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense than what I was doing here.
From the dust and clean my throat. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us
Now, if I make his tail a little longer than what I was originally going for, that might be helpful for this character to use his tail as a weapon, since he has the blade thing. Well, it's not exactly a blade. That's more like the tip of an arrow at the tip of his tail. That should help him with that. But of course, it still has to be proportional. And I can make it. Who knows, maybe he could even use his tail to grab stuff.
You see me soaring through the sky. I see you below as you walk on by. I can clear the sky in 10 seconds flat. Well, how about that? Well, how about that?
Yeah, you know what? That could actually be a characteristic that I can give this character for sale. One of his strong suits. A long tail that he can use as a weapon. And and also to manipulate objects. Oops. I didn't mean to undo it. What I meant to do was switch the eraser. Yeah, that needs to be a little longer. And more proportional. Actually, instead of blue, let me use purple. What the hell is going on over there? Oh, whatever, I'll fix that later. I actually hope someone is going to buy this character, not simply because I need the money, of course I do, but not simply because of that, but because I am actually going to be trying to make this dragon way better than it was before. Which is actually super easy because this character sucked originally. Anyway, point is, I'm putting effort into this redesign. A lot of effort. So I hope someone buys and actually makes good use of this character. Again, not simply because I need the money, but also to make all my effort worth it. I've just been bitten on the finger by another ant. God damn it. I hate bugs. Alright, now this looks like a very confusing mess, and it is. So let's make this more understandable. Let's erase everything that has to be erased. Here, let's get rid of the old tail, the old body, the old new tail. Yeah, that should do it. And let me turn on my light here because it is now starting to get dark. Okay, this tail is now longer than what I usually draw them as whenever I draw a dragon, especially my own dragons. But it is not quite right yet. For starters, although the thickness around this area here is just fine, over here it is not. This curve here is a bit weird as well. I think it needs to be a little thick. Does it need to be thicker? Let me try. If I'm going to make it thicker, I'm gonna have to give this dragon a little bit more of a rump here. Oh, not really a rump, but you see when I do it. Let's redo this bit. I think that is better. I'll know for sure when I zoom out. Now here, this will do it. Yep. Alright, let's zoom out and see what this looks like. I said zoom out. Yeah, there we go. Now the shape of the tail is way better. It's still not good. I mean, it is. Just not as good as it needs to be. So let's refine this further. Okay. This part over here, I think it should be a little thicker. For proportion's sake. Otherwise, it's just going to look deformed. Go. Yeah, there we go. Now that is close to being perfect. I gotta say, with a tail this long, on top of being able to use it as a weapon with the arrow-like tip at the end of the tail that I have yet to draw here, of course. Plus possibly being able to manipulate objects and use the tail kind of like an arm and slash hand. I don't know, this dragon could also use the tail to wrap around someone and strangle them. Good for combat. That actually makes me think that whether or not maybe I should give this dragon maybe some kind of scar. You know, battle scar. That could work. Like, could have something on the eye. Well, on the eye, the thing with having a scar on the eye is that there's so many characters out there with a with a scar on the eye. So overused. Too cliche. Too cliche. I don't know. Could have like a scratch. Oops. A scratch on the cheek. I'll think of something. For now, let's finish redrawing the body and clearing up everything that needs to be cleared up. Cleared up, I meant cleaned up. Thickness of the neck seems a bit strange. The shape of the chest is also not quite right. Still not quite there yet, but that is better. Then again, it could be just my impression because this is the first time that I draw a character this long. So I could be running into the issue that I was having with the paw there, where I'm trying to do one thing, but my brain actually expects another. So it thinks it is all wrong. Let me try to fix this neck now. I'm getting there. Something's off here. Okay, that is better. That's much better. Save, and let's see if I should actually make any changes back here. If so, not like that. This maybe.
When you're done, they say you're pretty. You've got another small apartment in the city.
Yeah, there we go. That's it. That's it.
You catastrophe, no hidden allegory.
Okay, let's change all of these colors to one same uniform color. Black probably. And continue.
Fearless promises will only fade away, but that's alright. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright.
Now for the red. And last but not least, the purple. Now I just need to make these lines a little thicker. I don't actually have to, but it makes them a lot more visible, which is actually helpful for whenever I need to either redraw some of them, or if I have to draw some other line that might be intersecting with any one of these. Besides, it gives that that feeling of a sketch. You know, rough lines and stuff. I like that. Though I'm gonna be honest, it does cost a lot of extra time. At least if I am to do them like this. Oops. Also, let me fix this forehead here. Doesn't look too good. There we go, that's much better. Still not very good, but much better. Oh, you know what? This portion of the line here, I'm actually going to redraw. And just like that, that is done. I've already been streaming for 3 hours and 6 minutes, more or less. And I haven't even finished drawing the basics for the body. Man, I am slow. And this is just a sketch. Better artists would already have drawn a full scene, fully shaded with amazing effects and stuff in less time than this. I assure you. But I will say this. I may be slow, but I put a lot of effort on my art. And I try to have as much attention to detail as I can. That is actually part of the reason why I am so slow in the first place. It is a strength while at the same time being a weakness. As ironic as it may sound.
Hello, horses, I've come to see you again. What would I do without you? What would I do without you? What to
Though I did used to be faster when I was younger. Then again, back in those days, my art skills were also a lot inferior to what they are like now. Case in point, this punchable face. If I were to draw exactly as it is here, like this exactly as it is now, I mean, if I were to redraw this here, using the same style, with the same attention to details and stuff, this would have been finished in what? Probably up to an hour, with colors and shading and all. Well, why? Because it is a lot simpler. Because that is how I used to do my stuff back then. Everything was a lot simpler than I do them now. It was also uglier. Okay, save this, and I think I am done with these lines. Yeah, at least doing that stuff I am done with. Should probably save this to the progress sheet before I move on. So Control C and Control V, and I need to... No, I don't. There. I see that I'm gonna need 2 or 3 progress sheet files because of how big this canvas is becoming for this character. Paint cannot very easily handle files that have canvases that are way too big. I know that from experience. Okay then, let's see about these back legs now. There. Okay, let's forget the paw for a moment. Let me focus on the leg. I don't need to erase the blue yet. I just want to see if what I drew here so far is good. Yes, I think it is. Yes, I think it is. I hope it is. Can that notification go away? Thank you. Part of my silence today is not just that I am focusing on trying to figure out this new design and stuff, but also it is in part because I am trying to think of some kind of, not exactly backstory to give this character for sale, but at least give some basis, some kind of foundation for whoever buys the character to more easily build upon. Like what I did, for example, with Luyu, for instance. Actually, I have already showed this to you guys before on stream, but I kind of gave him a pseudo backstory, not exactly backstory, but kind of, I wrote something, you know, to make it a little easier for the new owner of the character to build upon and then develop the character from that point on. So I'm also have been trying to think of stuff to write for this character. Or I should say for this design of a character. Maybe have this dragon be an old fighter with battle scars and stuff. dragon that is super confident on his abilities. Maybe a little cocky. Though that goes more into personality territory. Not so much so as some kind of backstory. Alright, here we go again for the struggle of drawing this new paw. Let me change this blue to some lighter color. It is mixing up with the black way too much. I mean, it isn't, it's just creating some kind of contrast there that is making it a little more difficult than it should be for me to properly identify the line that I am drawing. Brown doesn't help. Yeah, lighter blue would do. Alright. Now, before I do this, I need to take a brief bathroom break. So I will do that. I'll be back in about a couple minutes, guys. BRB.
So
Alright everybody, I am back. Let's resume this. So where was I? By the way, I just sat down and I realized I'm gonna need to move this horn back and up a little bit, but I will do this later. Right now I want to focus on this paw. Also this line here needs to be redone. Just a little. Oh yes, that is much better. Also, my AA batteries are done charging, so let me unplug that real quick. Put this away. Can't turn on my Game Boy Color without those. Right then, back to suffering with this freaking paw. This is a style of paw that I don't recall ever drawing before.
When the glimmer of hope it shimmers no more, and heaven comes calling, we'll meet at the door. Don't you ever leave my side, time ain't ending yet, we will thrive. The times may be tough and it's hard to get by, but I'll stand strong with your guiding light.
I really don't know if I am doing this right. Well, at least on the bright side, it doesn't look like a shoe anymore. So there's that, I guess. I wonder how much it's going to help if I draw circles like in the example. Would that help? Maybe. Let's do that. Instead of a square, let's draw a circle for the toes. The squares for the paw, the toes are for the toes. That might be way too big. Yeah, it is a little too big. Let's make it sort of like this, but smaller. And now let's connect this with the leg. This over here seems a little too thick. Let's draw another toe here. I keep trying to say finger. These are not really fingers. Although I think this tutorial references them as fingers. Yep, it does. I mean, can we really say dragons have fingers? This is still highly disproportional. Very highly disproportional. How do I fix this without breaking everything? Hey Riptane! Happy Sunday, welcome. Thank you for joining. Yeah, for one, let's try to make this paw a little shorter than it was becoming. Next, let's connect this to there and make this part of the leg thinner in the process. That should help with the proportion issue. There we go. Now erase that. And let's turn this red into black. I lied. I mean, I didn't. I was just doing it at the wrong time. First, I need to erase this line. There we go. Now we can turn the red into black. And what if I change this here a bit? So it looks like the paw is not fully touching the ground. That's alright, Riptane. Just being around is enough. Thank you. Hope you feel better soon, because I know what not feel in a good mood is like, and I hate it. it sucks. So I do not blame you. There, I think this will do. Let's just add another line over here to redraw all of this. I mean, this is basically still the same line. But let's do it this way for good measure. There. Alright, I need this eraser to be a bit bigger. There we go. Okay, let's... That paw looks feline. I was trying so hard not to draw that style of paw. I even drew a whole new leg because of it. And I still ended up with the same thing. What the hell? What the actual hell? How the hell did I do that? I have an idea. I don't quite like this idea, but I have an idea. Fine, I'll use the curve tool. The curve tool is really useful, but I really don't like the fact that for a while now I have been relying way too much on it. I don't like that. Alright, whatever it is that I am doing, I really hope this is actually gonna work out and that I don't end up with yet another feline-like paw, like the last 3 attempts. I also really hope I am not going to have to redraw the leg again, because that was a lot of work. Okay, in theory, this is done. Just need to just need to reinforce this line down here a bit more. There. Okay, time to find out whether or not I did this right this time or not. And did I? I guess I finally did it. It's missing the claws, obviously, but I think I did it. Now, originally, this dragon had the claws color the same as his scales? No. I don't remember this character having retractable claws like Michael Braveheart. But I don't remember ever drawing them on this character. Well, whatever it was, now he's gonna have claws that are always out. They are not retractable. Oh, I forgot to check if the shape of the leg is right. Yeah, I think it's fine. At least for the moment, that should be fine. Maybe make this paw a little shorter. Let's see what this is going to do. Either I make it or break it. I really like you can change the size of the eraser on the fly. Man, Microsoft Paint is so awesome. Except the new version on Windows 11, that one sucks. Don't use it. If you really need to, then sure, go ahead, but that version is not good. And I know from experience, you guys should remember, and for those of you who don't know, now you will know, I did a sort of review of that on stream a couple years ago. Actually, less than a couple of years ago. It was when shortly after they introduced layers to Paint on Windows 11. I didn't simply do a review. Actually, the point of the stream wasn't to make a review. It was actually to do a proper test drive. Not an actual test drive, I mean proper use of the program to see what it's actually to look like, what it's actually to work on, to work with. So I tried to do some actual art on it, like I am doing now. And I hated the experience. It was horrible. The VOD for that stream is on my YouTube channel, by the way, in case you are curious. I think I called it... what did I call it? The Windows 11 Paint Experience? No, it wasn't that. Why was it? Now I am curious. Let me see. YouTube Studio. Paint. No, it's this one. Microsoft Paint has what now? It was a short Sunday of October 15th, 2023. Show me everything. Yeah, I used the new paint for over 4 hours. And I hated every single minute of that. It was not good. Not good at all. I had way too many issues with that. It's just not a good program. They added one good thing to Paint. They improved one thing, which is the addition of layers, and then made everything else worse. Even some of the simplest actions that I have already done several times over on this version of Paint here that I am using today. Even super simple stuff, I had to... well, I just couldn't do it. If I wanted to do the stuff I wanted, which Paint... well, the new Paint is capable of, it just doesn't do it right. I had to open up this version of Paint to do it. Copy the thing from the new Paint into this one, do the thing here, and then copy it back from this one into the new one. It was a very bad experience. So if you are using Windows 11 and you want to use Paint, I recommend you find yourself a copy of the Windows 7 or Windows 10 version of Paint. They're actually the exact same ones. The difference is that the version on Windows 10 has an icon up here for you to open Paint to 3D. That's basically it. Also, there's a new trick you can do with the eraser, I believe, or the pencil on Windows 11, on Windows 10, that the Windows 7 version of Paint doesn't have. But that's really something extremely niche. For all case and purposes, overall use, they're the same. Anyway, point is, I recommend you get this version of Paint, and do not touch the Windows 11 version. Also, I kind of feel like this is a little too long now. Is it going to look any better if I make it shorter? Maybe. I'll try. Before I try that, I should probably save this to the progress sheet. And before I do that, I should probably draw the front leg. So let's pause the back leg for now, and let's work on the front leg. Yeah, not a good version of Paint. Also, another thing, it took them forever to fix a bug with the colors on that version. So you see the light gray over here that I am hovering over right now on this version of Paint? On the new Paint, when they launched it, and for I think 1 to 2 years, this color was this color here. Brown had been added twice to the base colors in the colors box. So you had the brown here, but you also had brown here, and it wasn't just a visual glitch. No, if you actually clicked on it here to use what should be gray, you would actually end up drawing with brown as well. It took them over a year to finally fix that. If they had simply taken this version of Paint that I am using right now and simply added layers, that would have been perfect, assuming they didn't botch the layer system, of course. Because that's what if there is something that Microsoft is really good at, is to take something that is good and make it 10 times worse for no reason. But anyway, assuming they wouldn't botch the layers, the layer system, even if they added a very rudimentary layer system to Paint, take this version of Paint and just added layers in a very rudimentary manner, like give the user just 3 layers to work with. That's it, nothing else. That would already be great. But what they did instead, horrible. Sadly, I cannot give you an example of that, even though I gave several examples besides the live stream, the whole live stream that I did on that version of Paint last year. But anyway, sadly I cannot give you an example now because the hard drive where I had Windows 11 installed on my other PC, that hard drive is dead. It won't even power up, let alone boot up. And I have no idea why, because it was working perfectly fine last time that I used it. Then one day I turned on the computer and the drive was simply dead. Doesn't even make a noise. So now all I got on that PC is Windows 7 and Windows XP. I don't even like Windows 11 to begin with. The only reason why I even bothered installing it on the other PC was to test it and see how bad it actually is and learn how to customize it and modify it to make it more usable. Because out of the box it is far less usable and a lot more cumbersome than even Windows 10 is. And also to see how well it would run on hardware that it is not rated for, which is the case of my other PC here. And also, of course, I bit my tongue. It was a light bite, thankfully. Anyway, and also, of course, to actually learn it, so I could service clients' computers whenever I would encounter any PC with Windows 11. But then I lost my job. So, that sucked. Anyway, point is, I had Windows 11 not because I wanted or because I liked it. It was just because I kind of needed to learn it. So yeah, it's a shame I lost a hard drive. But as far as Windows 11 itself is concerned, or as far as I am concerned regarding Windows 11 itself, I don't consider that a loss. Losing the hard drive though, no, that was a loss. I may be wrong, but I think I am redrawing his leg in the exact same style as I had drawn it originally. Even though it is not supposed to be that. Oh, hand, for the love of God, just follow the curve. Come on. Alright, so far so good.
No time to confer. I'm dancing the night away with her. In the center of the dance floor is a bright pink horse, and she's dancing like the night will never end. I've never seen moves like this before, yeah, she's a tour de force. Moving in ways can't even comprehend. The center of the dance floor is a bright pink horse, and she's dancing like the night will never end.
Okay, I think that looks good. Let's finish the leg itself and then draw the paw.
Everyone here is her friend. Dance with me, baby. Let's dance the night away. Dance with me, baby. Let's dance the night away.
What is wrong with the scroll wheel on my mouse? I move in one direction, it insists on going the other. That is so annoying. So that's why, in case you are wondering, that's why sometimes I start, when I am zooming in or out, it starts going crazy, like kind of like this. That's why that happens. It's not me doing that, it's my mouse doing it. Anyway, let's see this ball here. I should probably stop looking at back paws, back legs examples here and look at the front ones instead, because I'm gonna get myself confused. Yeah, that really is not much different from what I had drawn originally. The biggest difference, at least as far as the style of this artist goes, is the anatomy of the shoulder area here. This is very different from how I do it. It is actually more correct than how I do it. I think so, anyway. And again, it could be a case of the grass is greeny on the other side. Greener, not greeny. Here I go again with my brain insisting on drawing a feline-like style of paw. And I'm trying so hard not to. There, at least with this here, there's no way I will accidentally end up drawing the feline style.
I'm just a mouse. I'm just a weed. I'm just a rainbow. I feel happy, but I don't know what else I do. I'm just a trumpet. That's the way it seems. I'm just a bird horse, learning how to play when I'm living inside a dream. I'm just a girl. I'm just a boy. I'm just a handbag. I'm just a toy. Tell me why.
I said there's no way I will accidentally end up doing the feline style, and that is exactly what I am doing. What the hell is wrong with me? I mean, I could compile a massive list of things that are wrong with me, but as far as this here is concerned, that I don't know. I don't know. You know what, screw it, I'm just going to copy this one over there. And just adapt. Just gotta get the height correct. I wish this would go faster. Still going. In Photoshop, if I can do the same thing on Photoshop, and I can make it go faster in Photoshop if I hold the Shift key. But if I do that in Paint, it's gonna make a mess. In case you are curious what happens if you drag it around with the cursor keys while holding Shift in Paint, here's what it does. So here I'm holding Shift now, and I'm going to drag it in the same direction with the cursor key. That's what it does in Paint if you hold Shift. I let go of Shift. Now it stopped. That's what it happens. That's what it does if you do that in Paint. You can make some gnarly effects, but that's not what I need right now. Alright. Let's make the adaptations I need. And if I do all of this right when I am done, this is not going to look like the exact same paw that I drew for the back leg. Maybe I should give this little curve to the back paw as well, shouldn't I? No, I shouldn't. Never mind. Pardon me. Okay. And let me change the shape of these toes slightly as well.
We once had each other, but did you even bother coming back for
We were more than friends, together to the end. Split my heart in two, but coming back for you.
Okay, I think that so far so good. I still haven't turned this into a feline paw. So that's something.
We were once much stronger. We were just as one. Back when we were younger. Your memories of
That should be it. Let me save this. And let's erase this mess of pixels that is everywhere here. That's way too messy. Even for a sketch. And let me turn that into black.
So hold on to this new home. Don't let me overcome us as harmony returns.
Yeah, I think that is fine. I think the leg itself needs improving. But as far as the paw is concerned, I think that is okay for the moment. And I say for the moment because I will likely come back to it and maybe change a bit more. Besides, of course, drawing the claws, which are still missing. But for now, it should be fine. What if I try to make this leg more similar to what this one looked like? Not the leg, I mean the shoulder. What if I try that style? I never tried this anatomy style before. Let me experiment. For this, I'm gonna have to bring the leg back a bit more. But it's kind of like this, I guess. Yeah, no, let's not do that. Not now, anyway. Oh, that time earlier when Silver spawned the boombox and it disappeared, but the music kept playing while he was just trotting around. That was indeed a bug. It is working right. Yeah, I think this is good for now. Let's save this to the progress sheet and do some more stuff. What was the thing that I said I was going to do with the back leg earlier? And then I said I shouldn't do it then because it was best if I drew the front leg first. Do you guys remember? Because I completely forgot. But there was something. And it was important. Well, I should say is important. Oh, I remember. I wanted to make this part of the back leg a little shorter. because I think it is too long as it is right now. Wait, black line? I thought I had clicked red. I like the view, why should there be somewhere to be so early? I don't agree. The face notion, stay in my house. I don't quite remember. Way up above the house beyond the river was a Pegasus ball. We used to see the absurdity of his mind, and so reluctant to be confined to something serious. And he would laugh and venture out to sit inside the gallery hall. Stay quiet. Why can't I draw this line? Come on, I'm even using the line tool. Come on. Don't awaken me, I'm still flying, and all the creatures down below us may be dying. Don't say a word, I won't listen. Down in the atrium that Pegasus is trying to slip away. Silver, you messed up my bad singing. Okay, let's see if making this leg a little shorter was a good idea. See, it just zoomed in about 3 or 4 levels. Even though I pulled the scroll wheel on the mouse backwards once, only once, it should have zoomed out 1 level instead of zoomed in 3 or 4 levels. And there's times when I move the mouse wheel several times and it doesn't do anything. I don't know why it does that. What I do know is that it is extremely annoying. And it only does this kind of stuff every now and then. It's not all the time. It is a lot of the time, just not all the time. Anyway, let me take a look at this. Yes, I like it. That's good. It was a good change. I am keeping the change. I'm just going to add one detail here. Might be a little too early to do this, but I'm doing it. Assuming actually I'm supposed to do that. I think I am. I might remove that later, but I'm gonna leave it for now. Right then, let's see, what is the next thing that I'm gonna do on this? There's still so much to do on this design. I think I'm gonna work on the head. This head still requires a lot of work. Some parts of it, for instance, need to be redrawn. Others need the lines to be refined. Also, this chin is a bit too big. He didn't have a big chin originally. Yeah, I think I'm gonna redraw his entire jaw. Starting here. Actually, I should redraw his entire muzzle first. I did say I wanted to use a different design, but nah, that's gonna end up differentiating this new design way too much from the original. Let's go with this here. Just make it a bit different. And better, of course. For starters, let's make his snout rounder.
Time's end is fast approaching, heat death is now encroaching. Why don't you come along and see it with me? You brought about the end, though unwillingly. Sparing you to see it will be my mercy.
Yeah, that line seems to be fine.
Stars undergo implosion, planets endure explosion. Oh, is there not a beauty in such expenses? Do you comprehend? Have you come
Now for the new chin.
There's blunders such as this have steep consequences. Life is a fickle thing, it's not meant for men.
For the new jaw as a whole, I actually should say, because I did say I am going to redraw the whole thing.
Say your goodbyes, I hope you had all your fun. Grumble, tumble, set vivat in aeternum.
Okay. I think there's still too much of a chin here. I guess that is better. You know what the issue is here? His snout and the muzzle. It was too tall. And it's a little too round now. I don't know why, but it looks a bit weird now. I think it looks a bit weird because I think it's a bit too rounded. I'm gonna make it a little more square. But also, let's drop this a bit. So there's a little less chin. And Maybe also make this muzzle a little shorter. It might be too long. There, a small difference, but a difference nonetheless. There's a very fresh breeze coming through the open window. It is now nighttime, by the way. The sun just finished setting. There's a very lovely fresh breeze coming in through the window. But you know what else is coming through the window? Bugs. There's a lot of bugs getting inside. If this gets any worse, I'm gonna have to get up and close the window again. There is this one bug that I don't know what bug it is, but it's bugging me a lot. That it's kind of like a little mosquito, but it's not actually a mosquito. I can't really catch a very good look of the thing. But anyway, it keeps crashing into me. That is really annoying me. Not to mention that it is really distracting. Let's draw the line of the mouth. Now I am very likely going to be changing this design later. But any dragon I draw, regardless of their design, I always start with this design. This is my basis. My foundation. Okay. Oh, mouse, please just zoom out. For the love of God. Stop frustrating me. It's enough. It's bad enough already that I have these bugs to do that. Yeah, this still needs a lot of work, but for now it is fine. Let's draw the proper eye, I guess. And that's not quite it. Oh, I also did say that I was going to move the horn, didn't I? I haven't done that yet. Oh yes, that looks much better. On the next Short Sunday, I will probably still be working on this, by the way. Either on this one or one of the other characters. I would like to get these done as soon as possible. Probably won't get them done before the end of the year, but as soon as possible, that I do want, and yeah, I gotta do it. And since I don't have any commissions to work on at the moment, wink wink. That was a hint for you to buy one. Anyway, now that I don't have any commissions to work on at the moment, I might as well focus on these. Which, by the way, speaking of commissions, I have finished redesigning my commission sheet. I have simplified it a lot from what is currently on my DeviantArt. So it's a lot easier for you to read, a lot less stuff to read also, and a lot easier to follow. But since I haven't touched the prices since 2020 and they were very outdated, I also have readjusted them. I just didn't launch the new commission sheet with the new prices yet because I'm still not too sure about how much I should be charging for a full scene. You know, something like this, for example, or more precisely, or as a better example I should say, like that commission I finished last Sunday, this one here. You know, because I have been going over and over again the prices that I had before in the new ones, as well as going over commission sheet from other artists, particularly ones that draw stuff that is somewhat similar to what I do, like not necessarily style, but let's say art skill wise, stuff that is similar. And most of them that I have checked on, most of them seem to be charging more. Some of them even a lot more than what I was charging and than what I am currently charging with the new revised prices. So I'm actually considering, which, by the way, for the record, the increase on prices that I have made is not a big one. I probably should increase the prices more than what I did. It is actually a very small increase. But what I was getting at is that these artists that I have been checking, most of them seem to be charging a lot more than the new price that I set for full scenes like this one. So I might end up raising that price a little bit more than I already did. It is a lot of work to do stuff like this. So I suppose it should only be fair. But of course, needless to say, I am afraid to raise the price and scare people away. But anyway, that's the reason why I haven't launched the new commission sheet yet with the new prices. I still haven't quite settled on the new prices. Once I do that, I will upload it. And on that note, if you would like to order any commission from me, now is the time. Because if you order now, you will still get to have them drawn to you for the old prices. The old outdated prices. I just fixed this thing here and it still looks the exact same as it did before. Also, I wasn't supposed to be working on this, I was supposed to work on the eye, I forgot about it. Yeah. Alright, let's see this. Let me do this with red. I think I've got an idea for this eye. Something that should make this look pretty cool. Hopefully. Nah. Maybe yeah, but later. For now, let's just get the shape of this thing done correctly. And I am not doing it. Let me take a look at his original eyes. Pianist was right. He does have a punchable face on this older design. Oh god. Ugh. Okay. That's good enough for now. Zoom out. Zoom out. Come on, zoom out. Oh my god. Why? I'm going to save this to the progress sheet. If I can select the damn thing. And then make a few bigger changes to the head. This is still very far from how I would like it to be. Why do we draw this eye in a way that it makes it look like it is kind of half closed? I'm going to change that. First, let me bring this a little closer for reference.
Rule the world, you know we rule the world. Rule the world, you know we rule the world. Sky punching, yeah, we're gonna have it all. Cloud nine jumping, happy, I got you, you got me. Engines running, we'll be taking all the dawn. Treasure hunting, glory, I got you.
Funny thing about this song playing right now. It is copyright free, everyone is allowed to use it, but I always, every single time I get a copyright claim for this song, and I always, every single time I have to contest the claim to have it removed. Whatever it is that I'm doing with this eye, I don't like it. Did I really forgot how to draw eyes? No. Braveheart's eyes, they look adorable. Why can't I draw this? It's the same style. The hell? Something is throwing me off on the design of the head. That's why I'm having so many troubles drawing this eye. I don't know what though. Usually when I have this level of difficulty drawing something specific, it is because something else on the design is throwing off my senses, if that makes any sense. I just don't know what. Eventually I will probably figure it out, but as of right now I have no idea. You know what, I'm going to redraw this entire line. Okay, I think that is better. Okay, I think overall this is better now. Despite my difficulties. What if I lower the top of his head a bit? Could that be the thing that was throwing me off? Maybe his head is too tall. Oh, that's not the selection tool. Okay, let's try this. Now, of course, now I'm gonna have to redraw a whole chunk of the head. But that is part of the deal of doing art. Whoever tells you that art is easy, they are lying while telling the truth. It is, but it isn't. Frick, I wasn't supposed to erase that. Oh, you know something that is definitely wrong here, and that was probably contributing for me to get the eye wrong? This part over here. I think I need to redraw that. This is end up gonna making the muzzle a little longer, but the shape should be fixed. And it's fine because I can change the length of the muzzle later if needed. Should be an easy fix. In theory, anyway. I'm going to redraw this line also. That should be better. Now that I have made these fixes, this eye looks a bit too big. I'm not going to change it though. I'll keep it this way, for now anyway. Now let's draw the nostril. Now this thing is starting to look like a dragon. And you know what, I think the length of the muzzle might be just fine as it is now. The shape still needs a bit of attention though. Let's try to refine it some more. And I did say I wanted to make this a little more square-ish. So let me try to get that done. I mean, I've already done that to some extent. Just need to make it a little more square. Alright, let's see if this is good. Let's not erase the nostril, however. Yeah, I think that is a lot better. That is a lot better overall. Again, still very much unfinished, but a lot better. We are slowly getting there. Very slowly. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I just feel like I have to do it. It's not gonna work. Whatever. Let's draw the line that defines his underbelly. Though before I do that, I should probably draw the arrow thing at the end of his tail. And the claws, I guess. Let me copy this over to there as an example. Actually, both of these as a sample. And I'm gonna have to expand this canvas a bit more to the right. Alright, how big is this thing supposed to be here? Big. Oh, I have an idea. Wait, do I? I did, but it was not gonna work. Never mind. Not important. Now, of course, the way that I'm drawing this, we are looking at it sideways. Whereas in this one, we are looking right from the top. It's a top-down perspective. Wait. That's way too thick. It is not supposed to be thick like that. Now do note that the angles on this, particularly this and this here, where the lines meet, where these lines down here meet with the ones on the top there, they are supposed to be parallel to the very tip of the tail. So if you see here, that's exactly, or as close to it anyway, where they are ending. I will probably have to detail that on the reference sheet. That's fine, all I gotta do is remember that for later. Give this a little bit of an angle so it looks nice. Yeah, I'm going to leave it like this for the moment. No further details there for now. Now then, the line for the underbelly. I think I'm going to copy this to the progress sheet and clean it up first, and then draw that line. So copy and paste and position it here. Okay, let's clean this up now. Let's grab a big eraser. That's as big as it's gonna go. It's pretty big, but the canvas is way too much bigger, so it looks small. Oh, that's a different shade of blue. That's why it wasn't working. What on earth are these? It should be this gray. What is this? Why is it here? Why is it a different gray? Where did this come from? Now there's very likely a lot of leftover pixels that didn't get erased, but it's okay. Alright, look at this. Clean. This is a long boy. Alright, whoever buys this character, I hope he or she are gonna have fun with this character. I may not want this character myself anymore, but I am having fun drawing this new design. Alright, let me rephrase that. I am having fun redesigning it. So I hope whoever buys this character will have as much fun, even more fun, actually using it for something. Alright then, now for the line of the underbelly. Now I'm going to use and abuse the line tool with this. I should probably start over here for this. Yeah, as a base, that would do. But I'm gonna have to redraw this line here. Let's change that color. Let's change it to purple. But I'm gonna have to change on this here as well, because I'm keeping these in the clipper board, because after I draw the line that I am working on right now, I'm going to paste this on top. I said clipper board, I meant clipboard. Now on the tail, it is very important that I get this line done correctly, otherwise the tail will look deformed. Even though its shape is actually basically perfect. So I actually believe I'm going to have to redo this line a few times for the tail. You know, let me start at the tip. Let's do it by sections. And then redraw some of these sections anyway. Okay. Now this bit here, for example, I am going to redraw this so the lines actually meet properly. If I can click on the exact pixels I want, that would be nice. Even this new line here, I'm sure I'm gonna have to redraw at least a portion of it anyway. Would you excuse me, Pixel? Silver, thank you. Yeah, that should be that for now. Let's see this here. I did say I would have to redraw this part as well. And this slightly. But I want to use red, so first let me erase the original. All the way up to there. You know what, since I have the eraser in my hand right now, let's go ahead and erase it from here too. There we go.
Penny about spun awkwardly out of the rain. She was an anxious refrain.
That should do it.
Taking your time with the imperceptible, beautiful myths of becoming animal. Wasp to orchid, orchid to the winter. Progress to move towards lesser
Okay, let's find out now whether or not I'm actually going to have to redraw another couple areas of these that I have already that I have just redrawn. No, I don't think so.
Emitting combined particle signs that transform a body into flame.
I don't really think so. Now, you see why it was important for me to get this line specifically done correctly for the tail, and why I said that if I don't, it would look like the tail is kind of deformed. Here, if we look at this area on the character, even though I got the shape of his, let's say the anatomy of his chest and the belly correct, even though his belly is actually supposed to be a little bigger than this, because he's a bit chubby, but I'm gonna work on that later. Anyway, even though I got this done right, now that I have drawn this line here in the way it is supposed to be, it is making... Stop zooming in. I want to zoom out. Come on. Do it. Thank you. Now it is making this line of the belly here look as it is wrong, even though it isn't actually. So, well, first of all, let me paste this on top.
Twitter, can you stop a moment? What does ego mean by absolute speed? So much love.
There we go. Should I redraw this? I'm experimenting right now.
Memories of a sorceress girl, endless fascination with the secrets of the world. Harmony, darling, walk with me.
And maybe I should redraw it. I'll know for sure after I clean up some of these lines. I went a little too far here. There. Yeah, if this dragon was actually supposed to be slim, like normal dragons, and like the dragons I usually draw, then I actually would have to go with this, which I will keep for now, because I want to first have the basic shape of a dragon body, and then I'm gonna modify it to actually become Draken. As it is right now, this is mostly still just some generic dragon. isn't Draken yet.
Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. All you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust.
At this stage of progress, I could turn this dragon into literally any dragon. Assuming said dragon has a compatible design, of course. I mean, yeah, to some degree, even if it doesn't have a fully compatible design, I suppose I could still turn it into any dragon.
We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Okay. Save, and let's do the same thing now for the tail.
We rise up from the dust and claim our
Oh crap, no. The song is cool, but if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna skip to the next one. And the next. Not in the mood for those songs there.
In the hills, those hazy days I do remember. We were running still, had the whole world at our feet, watching seasons change. Our roads were lined with adventure, mountains and
Okay, now here, because I left the line art of the blade so thin, I'm actually just going to copy from here and paste over, instead of manually erasing the lines that I will have to erase. There. Which are these? Oh, actually, you know what? I'm not going to erase them now. I'm gonna leave them there for reference for later. Oh my, stop going everywhere with the zoom, mouse, for the love of God. Before I erase that, I should save this whole thing to the progress sheet. Why? Backup reasons.
in the hills, those hazy days I do remember. We were running
Remember earlier when I said that if I made him longer, it would make me feel like I need to make his legs longer as well, because then he would seem to be a little too short. He does look short, but not because he actually is short, just because his body is long. So it ends up looking disproportional, even though it isn't actually. Why am I mentioning this? Because this is bugging me. I'm not going to change it though. I said I wanted this dragon to be longer than his original design, and I stand by that. Besides, I've already spent a lot of time drawing this dragon the way it is right now. I am not gonna throw all of that in the trash just because I feel bugged about it. Okay, you know what? Now that I have, now that I have this stage of progress in the progress sheet, I actually will go ahead and erase this. Let's turn all of this into black. Oops. No. Secondary color is black. Primary color is gonna be purple first. And now red. And now let's draw his claws. Well, save first, and then draw the claws. I don't think that looks good. Oh, you know what? Let's actually erase this portion over here. Yeah, now it just looks too small. As I draw these claws, I'm starting to think I shaped these toes a little wrong. I don't like it when I finish something and that I am doing something else that is not really related or even sometimes completely unrelated, and I look back at the thing I finished earlier with the corner of my eye, and I start to think that something isn't right about it, and that I have to go back to it and fix it. I don't like this feeling. Because one, it bothers me. Two, it usually turns out to be accurate, where I actually do have to go back to the thing and fix it. And three, because I usually am right about the feeling and have to fix it, I have to spend a lot more time fixing the thing than I would have if I had done it in the first place. If I had done it right in the first place. But hey, that's part of doing art. Now for the back paw. Let's curve this corner a bit. So it looks more natural. There we go. Just gotta curve this as well so it looks more natural like the other one. This isn't finished, of course, but for now that'll do. Before I started working on these claws just now, there was another thing that I thought of doing. What was it? Oh, Mike, he's missing the wing. Yeah, I know. He's missing the wings. He's also missing another pair of legs. One thing at a time, guys. No, I think this is basically done for the moment. What I will do next is draw those spikes on his back. Let me copy just a portion of his body, because I'm going to paste this on top of the spikes, and let's draw them. Wait, what is the shape that I decided to go with? These. Nice. I'm still bothered that this looks so generic. I'm still bothered by that. Too generic. And that's even worse. Okay, what if instead of having any spikes on his head, we have them start behind his head. Start small. Smaller. Smaller, I said. That's too small. It is so tiny. Yeah, about that size should do. Anyway, start small. and they grow bigger as they go down along his back. That's too big. Shouldn't this be wider also? Yes, it should be wider. Yeah, that should work. That doesn't look right. By this point here, I reckon they should all be the same size before they get small again. Which should start happening around here. That's still the same size. And I think only one more. Right at the base of the tail. I mean, at the start of the tail. This one, I think we can say, is at the base of the tail. Yeah, that's too big. Same size as this one, more or less. Needs to be smaller. Yes, that will do. Now paste this on top. There we go. Now if everything is right, I can just do a few clicks with red, like this. Ooh, that went too far. Anyway, I could do just a few clicks of that, and all of the bits of red that were inside the body should have been erased. Okay, so what this tells me is that there is a leak somewhere. Somewhere on this line art. There is a gap. I don't like gaps. Where is the gap? I gotta close the gap. Is it on the leg? Yes. Oh, I should not have done that. That messed up the claws. Undo. Oops. I mean, I can do that. I just need to isolate the paws so it doesn't happen. There, that should do it. Yeah, there we go. Problem solved. Now, let's save this and make the lines on these spikes a little thicker for the reasons I have explained earlier. Also, I think this song is copyrighted. Not sure. Just in case I'm going to skip. And this is definitely copyrighted. This one is too quiet. Skip it. This one is also very quiet but very lovely. I'll let it play. I'm also going to roundify the tips of these spikes as well. Roundify them a little bit. Actually, that's too much. There, that's enough. Only the ones that need it. Not all of them. Oh, wait a minute. This one is smaller than this one. Oh, that's why. I forgot. That's why it is smaller. It is supposed to be smaller. Alright, I think I'm gonna need more zoom for this. Oh yes, it definitely did. And it helped. Once I finish sketching everything that needs to be sketched for all of these characters, and once I finish sketching their reference sheets, I'm going to draw final line arts using vectors, just like I do with all of my art. So all of these pixels everywhere, they're going to be gone. They're going to be very fine and nicely drawn lines. There we go, we have ourselves a draken taking shape. This could still be any dragon. But it is now closer to becoming draken. Such an uncreative name. Okay, now that I have this stage of the progress in the progress sheet, now I can come down back to the claws over here, refine them some more, and erase some bits of the paws. Maybe even redesign a little bit of the paws too, because as I said before, I kind of feel like the toes over here are not really shaped properly. I'll do the claws first. go. I'll probably come back to this claw here. I think it's a little too long. I'm gonna come back to it with a nail clipper and trim it down. Can you imagine trying to clip the claws on a dragon? The dragon would probably clip you in half instead. Oh my god, the zoom. Okay, let's save this and let's clip this claw a bit. It still looks the same. What the frick? This eraser is too big for what I am trying to do here right now. That's better. And now it is too small. Okay. At least for the time being, I think I'm actually going to keep the toes and the paws the way they are. I'm not going to touch those toes. The dragon might be ticklish. I will drink water after I can remove this ant from my glasses. Why are you ants here? There's no food or anything. Go away, leave my stuff alone. Leave me alone. Okay, let's see. What next? What next for today, I should say. Because I should start wrapping up for today. And leave the rest for the next time that I work on this. You know, actually I think I've done quite a lot of progress today, more than I thought I was going to make. This is basically almost half of the entire redesign of this dragon done. As it is right now, I basically just have to give him another pair of legs, and basically turn this template, because that's basically what this is right now. Turn this template into Draken, a new Draken, a redesigned Draken. But I still want to do something more before I say goodbye for today. I don't know what. But I feel like it is something that needs to be done on the head. What is it? I'm still bothered by this eye. Yes, sure, it is still unfinished. But I am bothered by this here. I don't think it looks good. And I don't think it is the position. Put the eye here. No, the position of the eye is fine. It's the design that is not quite right. What if I go with a design more similar to what I drew on this example here? Well, first, let me turn this into this, so it's more easy to see what I am drawing on top. Could do something like this. Although like that, it looks a bit strange. Now this is borderline a Pokemon eye design. No, that won't do it. Let's see about this here. And the nice thing about this is that now I can reuse the eyeball I had here originally. I accidentally undid everything that I just did. Frick.
It always feels like the same story every time again. I can't tell where I'm going.
No, it wasn't supposed to erase that. So now I'm gonna have to do it all over again. Oh, you know what? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Shakalaka, laka. And bam. That's easier. I mean, I kind of like it, and at the same time I don't. I'm not convinced, but I kind of like it. It might work. There's something I'm gonna have to experiment with. Let me see. This is for later, by the way. That actually might work. Okay, I'm gonna keep this eye here for now. I do have a backup of the previous eye over there, so I can just easily go back to that. Let's keep building this Draken with this new eye design. At least until further notice. Now, mainly for the sake of experimenting, even though it might still be a little early for that, I want to see about this spatter that I thought about giving him on this redesign. No, not like that. I'm gonna have to freehand this. Alternatively, I could have his entire jaw be the same color and just have a line dividing here. Like, this will make more sense if I add colors. What the fudge? I 100% right click this. Like that. Or no, don't do. What if, let's see, give this to the underbelly and make this the same color as the underbelly? That's actually not too bad. But being the same color as the underbelly, I actually do not like that. I don't. Let me sample a little bit of the original. Yeah, that works a bit better. Just a little darker. By the way, this character is so old that at the time I created this character, I was not making color sets like this one here. Actually, I wasn't making any kind of color sets at all. So I don't have his original base colors. I only have approximations. The only original base color that I could find in the old whips and scraps that I had of this character were of the original color for the eyes, the scales, and I believe the tail spike, which is this thing here, but not for the underbelly or anything else for that matter. Everything else is still missing. Got lost to time. So I'm gonna have to draw to make a new color set for him. Some new base colors. And that's too dark now. I'll try it different. What the? Why is it undoing those and not this one? What? Whatever. That's not bad. Here's what I'm gonna do. Let's save this color first. Undo, undo, undo. Come on. Have I run out of undos? God dang it. Fine. Just scribble a sample of this color on his neck for future reference. Put that there. And this color here that is currently set to for the underbelly. Welcome back, Penis. No, I am not coloring. I am just testing a few colors to see what is actually going to work with this pattern that I'm going to let's say install on his new design. While at the same time also figuring out how exactly I should go about with this pattern. And I kind of like having his jaw be completely colored differently, but at the same time, I'm not sure I do. So let me first try out the original idea I had for that. There. Let's get rid of all of this red. And replace that red line there with this. There we go. Save. Okay, let's test this out. Welcome back, Riptane. That seriously just looks like there's some light being shone on his face. maybe instead of this color, I should use something completely different. That way it is not going to look like it is just some light being shone on his face. But if I give the same color as the blade on the tip of his tail, is that gonna work? Let's find out. In before, this would now look like there's shadow here. I don't know, that actually might work. For better reference, let me change that color on this sample that I drew. And I'm assuming this here is the exact same orange as the body. Yes, it is. I don't know, man. That might work. But what if I have this be red instead? Some shade of red. Yeah, let's try this. That works way better. That works better. But what if I have his entire jaw be that color? Just like on my first experiment. And of course, the idea here being that this line should also always move about as his lips move as well, like if he smiles, for example. And if this mouth line goes up here, you know, and this line would also go up there. And that's not important right now. Let's do it here as well for reference. You know, honest everybody, I like both. Though I think I'm actually gonna go with this design. And the reason for that is because I think this color is going to work best on his back spikes, while I keep the blade on the tip of his tail, that color there. So just as an example, and to experiment a bit more, let's add these colors. Yes, absolutely yes. But this redesign is begging for at least one or two more patterns somewhere on his body, and not just on the face. Otherwise, this is gonna be missing some. And speaking of missing, I ran out of undus. Crap. That's one problem that paint has. One limitation to say, I should say. The bigger the canvas, the less undos you have. That's fine. That's fine. Mainly because I saved before I applied any of these colors. Okay, good. I still have that line there on the save. Good. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to open this file here, the save, without saving any of these changes here. But not before I save this color to the color set. The underbelly is going to be a different color than that. This. Didn't I want to use this color here for something else? Hold on, redo that. I just saved. I just hit Control Y instead of hitting Control S instead of hitting Control Y. Now you might be wondering, how the hell did I hit Control S instead of Control Y since those two letters are so far away? And the answer is simple. Technically speaking, I didn't. What I did was use the shortcut buttons on my tablet. I have this button here set to Control Z, this one to Control Y, and this one to Control S. I wanted to press Control Y, but I accidentally hit Control S. And what I was just talking about, having saved with the line in here before I applied any colors and stuff, I just wiped all of that. And I don't have a backup of that on the progress sheet. Oh no! It's fine, it's fine, it's no big deal. It actually is not a big deal. And the reason why it isn't a big deal, not really, is because, well, it's just a bunch of divided lines, which, when this is actually colored, they are going to be the same color as the pattern. But while it is still a black and white sketch, I want to keep, I know what, I'm just gonna redraw this with a curve tool. Anyway, while this is a black and white sketch, Silver, could you get out of his nose, please? Thank you. While this is still a black and white sketch, I want to keep all the different areas that we receive different colors. I want to keep them very well defined. And one way to do that is by, well, keeping lines separate. Do I still have... Okay, good. I still have this on the clipboard. You know what? That mistake sucked, but it's for the better. Why? Because now I'm gonna make this better. than it was before. For one, let's add a bit more curves to this pattern. No, that doesn't look good. Undo. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Right then. Paste this on top. Silver. Why? He was standing exactly on the spot where I needed to click to drag this around. Why? Why, horse? Why? Just because you did that, I'm gonna hide you over here. Right on top of the X. And he's immediately coming back. Okay. Now, well, since I started changing the color set there, let's keep going, I guess. Anyway, as I was saying before I made that mistake, didn't I want to use this color for something else? Not for the underbelly, but I still feel like this color might be useful for something, so I'm going to save a backup of this. Let's put it here. And now replace that. So this goes there. The tail spike, which I will rename to tail blade. I think that can stay the same color, no problem. Alright, let's remove these colors that I have added for now. They do not need to be here at this moment. Oh wait, this one I can just right click. Never mind. I should probably... Yeah, I should probably rename some of these. Do I have a... Yes, I do. Alright, let's see. Give me this. Let's begin with the skin scales. Let's rename this layer to colors. Now I think the color I just picked is actually the exact same that is already here, but just in case it isn't, let's do this. Is this a hard round brush? Well, if it wasn't, now it is. For the underbelly, this is a different color. It's gonna be this one. Now this here. This, I'm actually going to make a new category here. Yeah, move it down. Actually, better yet, copy this and do what I just did. Wait, have an even better idea. Copy these exactly where they are. And move all of these down. Wait, no. I mean, yes, but no, not like that. Duplicate this layer. And put it there. Okay, now I am going to move all of these down. Now texts. Let me duplicate the underbelly one, and I'm going to call this patterns spikes. Now all of these others will get moved down, and this one that. Ah, come on, just make the selection proper. There we go. Let's see what else. Yeah, that's about it. For now. Let's go back to texts and let me rename tail spike. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Here, tail spike. Let's rename this to tail blade. Dog mouth, skin scales, skin slash scales, patterns and spikes. Underbelly, that's the new color. This is an old one, so I'm gonna have to replace it. Just not yet. Yeah, okay, that's good for now. Let's see about this and this. First, copy this, paste it there, and let's do the same thing with this one. Duplicate layer. Oh, right. And put it there. Okay, now let's merge both of these two here together. And make them darker. That's saturation, not lightness. Yeah, let's do 25, negative 25. Yeah, that seems fine. Let's save this. Oh, actually, these here should be merged together. Same with this one. Yeah, there we go. Save. Merge visible, copy all of this. And let's move this backup of that color to somewhere else. Put it over here. And let's replace this color set. Yeah, there we go, that's better. Also, this is supposed to go down. Okay, for the sake of making it easier for me to understand what I am going to be doing here in the future, let me switch this line from gray to dark red. There we go. Okay, I think that's gonna be it for today, everybody. I am very tired. I just checked the clock. It is, well, it's not exactly starting to get late, but tomorrow is Monday, sadly. But also, I have been streaming for 6 hours and 11 minutes today. My record is over 7 and under 8. But to make it to 6 hours, that is actually not all that usual for me. Anyway, I'm gonna save the rest for next time that I work on this, which will probably be on the next Stewart Sunday, unless a commission shows up in between here and then, which would be great. Which again, quick reminder: if you would be interested in buying a commission from me, do it now, because very soon I am going to be releasing the updated and therefore raise the prices. The commission sheet for that is already finished. I just need to settle on the final prices of a couple things in there. So if you would like to buy a commission from me before the raising price, do it now. The frick was I going to say? Oh yes, I am definitely tired. Anyway, next time that I work on this, which will probably be on the next Stewart Sunday, obviously I'm going to be continuing this redesign, but I'm going to focus more on turning this template into actually a new version of this old character, so I can sell it away. I should probably be focusing on detailing this body at first. Like probably redraw his belly here to give him that pot belly that his original design has. Unless I actually decide to get rid of that. I'll probably draw the other legs too, draw another horn. See about that eye, make it look a little nicer, hopefully. And draw a wing, because actually this sketch here is what I want to use for the reference sheet. You know, something similar to this here. And is that how I made Buyos? No, actually it isn't. For Luyo I actually drew a pose. So actually all of the work that I am putting into this is just so I can figure out the new design. It's not the sketch that I'm actually going to be using for the reference sheets. I mean, it could be. I don't know. I'll figure that out. Regardless. Yeah, not even Silverchild knows. He just shrugged in agreement with me. Anyway, regardless. I'm gonna finish up the redesign, and then I will figure it out if I'm actually gonna be using this here for the reference sheet, or if I'm gonna draw a whole new pose for the reference sheet, just like I did for Luyo and also Suri. As you can see here, that's also just a pose, not a profile like this. Anyway, I am tired. What changes have I made? Oh, yes. Okay, no. Don't save. Do not save those changes. Anyway, I am tired. I need to rest. So, yeah, guys, that's gonna do it for me for today. Thank you all so much for joining today's stream. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had fun. Thank you so much for sticking around if you have been here since the start of the stream. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much for your patience and appreciation. Oh, you forgot to date this. 12 silver. You are in the way as always. Get out of there. Oh, frick. Get out of there. 12 1 2 4 7. Alright, now that is done. So yes, everybody, thank you so much for joining today's stream. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had fun. Thank you so much for sticking around this long if you have been here since the start. And maybe or maybe not, I might stream on this next Wednesday. But regardless, until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. Sleep well when you go to bed, and as always, Frontier, haven't seen you in forever. Hello, my guy. You joined just at the moment that I am ending the stream. But welcome. Thank you regardless. Thank you so much for showing up. Where was I? Yeah, so until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. Sleep well when you go to bed, and as always, dream of dragons. And of course, have a great week. But yeah, see you guys again, hopefully very soon. Until then, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. And all of the good stuff. Dream with dragons, everybody. Bye bye. See you.
Some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find new feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up. Don't bet on taking trips because they'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. Citrus can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let that not my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mar my opinion of the year. Do bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mar my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more,
Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment, claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just grow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking shifts because you've got to be more